Well, hello there. Get everything squared away here. And then we will get into stuff. All right. I say right before I need to do that. Okay, there we go. So, we need to figure out this drag and drop system. Specifically what we're supposed to do with it. And how we're supposed to use it. I've also added here, I was looking at droppable just a second ago. Drag enter, drag leave, and drop events. I guess we could do drag leave too. Just to be sure. We can also just debug events, right? But it's really, really noisy. So this might help once we figure out a little better what we're trying to do here. This shouldn't be droppable, theoretically. This means it can be dragged. This means that it can receive drag, enter, drag, leave, and drop events. Not specific to current drag item, just generally. So. I'm not sure what they mean by that, really. But I'm also kind of curious. Like, obviously, there's some sort of data structure that comes with a drag and drop, with a draggable that says, this is what I am that's being drug, right? How we're supposed to use that, don't know. It's not documented. But, yeah, this just takes us here, which is not tremendously useful to me. I would imagine we kind of started going this way before. So this is this uses scene events drop finalize, which is not an exported thing, right? In events. And I'm wondering if, as I'm thinking about it, well, we were kind of in this, let's take a look at this first before we get too far, but I'm wondering if widget base might implement this thing, and it's just something we need to call, right? There was also a sprite involved, which I think is like the representation probably that gets attached to the pointer at some point, somewhere in here. But we're looking at drop finalize. Or yeah, I'm confused as to what we're supposed to do with this thing, right? So let's go ahead and look at, because most of this is not exported. It's not public that we can call. We have this stuff, which is theoretically the scene should be managing this, right? And I know that I've seen in here, yeah, right. If debug settings, focus trace, then it prints out this stuff, right? Oops. That's not what I want. And like this, event trace, right? So, because we see these when we turn these things on, it kind of confirms our suspicion that we have an event handler. It should be initialized by the machinery in setting up the app structure, right? All framework stuff. Let me go. This has a list base, which is a thing, which has a frame, which has a widget base. But I don't see that. The other thing... I guess it could be on node base too. Listeners, deferred scene. Let's see events that are relevant in there. The other thing, get a new window here for some docs. Let's see, this was in tree as well as one of the file things, but that's fine. And drag and drop to add, remove, etc. This does not go to an actual drag and drop. But I thought there was wording. Let's go check the file thing. Which was file tree, I think? No, must be file picker. No? Thought it was file something. Was it list? Okay. But this still has the same, you can use drag and drop, which doesn't help me. I was thinking I saw implements drag and drop somewhere, which would make it like sound interfacey, right? The other thing that comes to mind I know that there is this new drag drop. I've seen this along the way. Let's take a look at that. Which is this, which doesn't really help me, but types but I'm kind of confused about, like, if I need to start my own event, why do we have a drag start event, right? And that's just in types. That doesn't really help me. Type of GUI event. Also, the level at which one can select which events are to listen to. Should include both the source/nature of the event and the action type of the event. Mouse down, mouse up are separate event types. But if it's a drag, not sure. What they're wanting from me there, right? This guy. So it creates us this. Sets false. Default mod. Drop mod modifier based on the mod. Okay, we don't need to care about that. Unless we're like doing a control drop or something, or shift drop. Like they were talking about over here where one of them was a move and one was a copy, right? And then base is this. We can worry about this when we know. Oh, here we go. Drop mods. No drop mod is 0, which is default. Copy, move, link, ignore. So it's technically going to be copy, but I don't think it matters for us. We might set it, though. There might be implications here. I wonder. I wonder. Mod bits. It's for the modifier. Let's do this. New drop is this. So we have type. Let's pull you over here and let's get rid of this for now. We'll just close these down so they're not in our way. They weren't terribly helpful. They might become relevant later, but we'll just reopen them. So, and we know we were on list. Type. I'm confused. How about I just do that? And then this takes a pointer to the mouse. But let's check this. Mouse button. But here, mouse is a basic mouse event for all mouse events except scroll. You would think it'd be in here. Which is really, really weird. The event also has a stringer, though. So we could do this like so. Remember to put it in a new line. We could get rid of that real quick. And then give it a second to build here. Go. And then we can look at this. So we have drag start, and then we have event is just a drag start event, time and handle. That's the only thing that exists in there. Okay. Let's check. We know that we had weirdness in the list, where there was like a list base, and it didn't really give us any clues. Let's just confirm that there's no clues in tree, which implements widget base, or wraps widget base. If we did this, okay, draggable, droppable, drag start, then we do this. This also ends up calling this tree. Tree. Find data. Tree editing functions, which has drag and drop. This all implements, or is implemented rather. Tree is an interface, I see. Interface for tree types, defining S as a base tree, and overridable method hooks for actions taken on the tree, on open and closed, etc. This on child added let me get it when we're doing something specifically with this tree. On a drag enter, we do this. Sets drag hovered to true. Drag leave sets it to false, okay. What is try? It's this tree, okay. Drag start does this. Drag drop does that. Which we need to find. Drag drop. organized tree, the event's source. Okay. So it needs to be a drag drop event, which makes sense. But this is drag start that they just raise here. And I don't think yeah, none of that has a drag on it. I guess we try yeah, that has very little. Handle event. Maybe. Get selected nodes. It makes a MIME data. That's weird. Don't really understand what's going on there. But it ends up passing the event along. So it just puts like the type in there, basically. And then this. You need to find this implementation. Right here. Which calls this and adds it up on there. Okay. All of this is internal still. That's really weird. Hmm. I wonder if there's anything to be learned from their apps repo, if they've ever used the drag and drop in there. Looks like I had a little bit of an internet blip there at some point. Maybe. Maybe I'm okay. Anywho. Cogent. Marble, as we know, is just like a particle sim type thing. Marble falling sim. Canvas. Canvas might have actions. This might be different as well, but sprites. Let's see a drop in here. Canvas. That's not terribly helpful, is it? Actions? Hmm. Bounding box edits? Lots of drags, but this is for like selection. This is not drag and drop. Code might have it, but they use text editors, which might be a different creature. Events. Code keys, active editor, drop, drag. No. Nothing so apparent. I don't really want to clone the repo and search it manually locally. I just want to look at it. Web. Mail. Mail would certainly have this, right? I think this is where it just was. It's just that. Guess it could all be in here. Really? What is craft? That doesn't help me at all. So 3D editor. Okay. This has to have drag and drop, right? How would you do it without? I bet you it's all living inside of their 3D widget. Which doesn't help me here. It's author. Markdown files. Eh. Eh. Maybe. This is deeply annoying. It's entirely possible this is a skill issue, but you know. Okay, so. No help there. No help there in the other file there. There's no... We'd have to get the mouse. Where would we find the mouse? The pointer to the mouse. Or... I guess it could be mouse drag. This tells us where the mouse is at that particular point, but when a draggable element is active and a sufficient distance of mouse drag events has occurred to engage the drag start event. But apparently I'm allergic to this documentation. This doesn't... This is the types. I want to know... Same base type. I need to set relevant fields. Base. Data. Mouse button returns the button. Modifiers returns modifiers. Keycode, clone, new from clone. Doesn't really help me. Wonder if can I want to this is in events. Events.mount. Okay, so we type assert it to that. And then we handle event. But this is not. I think I must be missing something here. How about this? It's in list, that's in tree. Widget events. Then it just sets the state true. I don't know that this is gonna work. Let's find out. Just that. Let's do a printout if after we do that of the new drag drop. Let's see what it spits out. Missing a closed paren. That'll help. It crashes. That's what it does. Events.base is not events.mouse. Right, that's not... Silly me. That's a type, not a... It's like this should all just work, right? Because this sends the events.drop. Drag move, drag start. We didn't set this handled, so it should still be running. Drag move is generally handled entirely by the event manager. Drag start starts a drag event, capturing a sprite image of the given widget, storing the data for later use during drop. Drag does not officially start until this is called. Is it because of splits, I wonder? Let's do this. Let's run that again. We took out the stuff that's going to crash. Go to settings. Oops. I've gone to inspect out of sheer habit. Settings. Debug. Event trace. So noisy, but... Slide stop got called. Mouse up got called. Mouse drag was called while it was happening. No drop event. Wait, oh. Window got event. Window action. Focus lost. Events.drag drop. Why? Why did you fire? Drag event. No drop. Wonder if this is... events.drag drop command not found. What did I... Why are you... firing? I don't have... Very confused. Oh. It's because it was on my clipboard. And it was capturing my returns or something. Something was happening there. Also, let's double check. I need to turn that off real quick. It's too noisy. Ah, you have been turned off. You just didn't take it because I closed you first, probably. There we go. Do this, drag event, drag event, drag event. I'm not seeing drag enters. Just drag events. all drag start. It's not handled. Stupid, but what if this also needs to be said, even though the doc string doesn't say words that make me think it should. Drag events for start. Oh my gosh. No drag enters, no drag leaves, no drops. This is set to droppable. I wonder also... Let's handle you here. The way it's worded made me think it needed to be over there, but maybe I'm wrong. Maybe this has to be over here. Maybe its job is to figure out the target and do things with it or something. I don't know at this point. Nothing. It's weird, I get like if I drag it here and I stop for a second, and I let it go, I get a drag start event again. It's almost like I would need to do something else, like not listen to this event. Like we know there's a mouse drag event. We know this exists. Always sent when the mouse is moving and there's a button down. There might be other higher level events too. Position is updated during compression. I need to go use the restroom. I'll be right back. We'll continue to try to suss out how we're supposed to use this. All right. Okay, so let's Take this out for now. That for now. Um... Just close that entirely. In one of those things we looked at, do I just need to set the state? I probably need to set that handled. But no. Like, I see the events firing still, but I don't know. It seems like this shouldn't be firing drag start over and over and over again, right? This should be handled in some way, shape, or form. Let's go dig around here a little bit more. Yeah, we have this, which ends up calling this. Which ends up calling this. And events. Well, hang on. That's why. It was event, not events. Yeah, this is all in the core package, which is why I can access this. I don't live in the core package. I'm a consumer. Focus event, all this, blah, blah, blah. Uh-oh. Chat keeps reconnecting. It's weird. Anyway. This gets set. Any advice for a beginner in programming? Write lots of stuff. Write projects. Don't get stuck in tutorial hell. That's my general advice. But if you have like a more specific thing you're struggling with, I could possibly help more. Mouse drag. Drag start check. Sends drag start, sets handled. I noticed that mouse up, if drag is not nil, but okay, mouse drag, it's not nil, we do these things, else I don't see where it sets its dragging. I wonder if that's part of the problem. What is this just broken? I noticed that I had issues getting any sort of drag drop to work in the example doc, right? Is it just broken? Hello to you too. What if we go look at the drag repro that we did? This uses the new version. And we want include non-project. That's not what I want. And tree, but we might be able to get where we want here. It's this events. You notice how this is. Where did drag start go? This is now exported. Was just looking for videos to start learning game dev. This looks interesting. Any advice on resources to help me? How much coding do you know in general? Like, are you completely brand spanking new, or... So we have to do this upgrade. Did C++ and you need some JS and Python. Okay, so you're kind of familiar with stuff. You need to just make a project. I'm not a game developer. I write boring software normally, right? So I don't have a ton of resources for that. If you can afford it, There is gamedev.tv, which has lots of tutorials. They're all, you have to pay for them. They're pretty cheap, though. You can find them in a humble bundle a lot. But you gotta be careful of tutorial hell, right? I would suggest that you just start the advice that Thor of Pirate Software gives, right, is you need to write a game design document, figure out what kind of game you want to make it really simple, and then you pick the engine you want to use, and that dictates the language, right? And then you just kind of like figure things out as you go, make a box move, make a box jump sort of thing, right? And then you can bungee into tutorials for like, okay, how do I make my character move, right? And you can learn that bit and piece, but don't like do the whole project unless you really feel like it's going to help you to prime the pump. But in general, you're going to forget a lot of that project along the way because you're not internalizing it as you go, right? So that's kind of the trap you can fall into. All right, so we have to do this upgrade. There's no way around it in order to do stuff. And theoretically, hopefully, maybe this will actually work in the new version. Because it don't in this one. Okay. So what we're going to do is we're going to chuck all this. We don't need this for right now. This will be not relevant to the upgrade. It's great advice. Thanks. Yeah, absolutely. Happy to try and point you in a reasonable direction. And there's a ton of free YouTube stuff for basically any big engine, right? So I don't know if... Let's actually check. Roadmap, I don't think Roadmap has game dev stuff, but let's make sure before we just discount it completely. Oh, I guess they do have a game developer. And they're going to have all kinds of stuff in here. These are free. And these are like foundational concepts, right? For what's actually going on. But then you got your engine stuff here. This is all free. And you can probably find whatever you're looking for, some kind of resource here. So let me drop you this. I'll drop it in both chats. Because they do have game dev now. All kinds of good stuff to be found there. It's a good thing I looked, right? Challenge your assumptions. Let's see here. This does need to be changed because we just changed the capitalization. We do want that change to persist. That's fine. That's no, I lied. That needs to go away. It was just a leftover from our testing and exploring. So let's just do that so that it stays. Make sure, yeah. There we go. Now, let's embrace the suck. Thanks for answering so detailed and thorough. Subbed already, Left Ryan. Hey, appreciate it. I'm glad that I could be helpful to give you some ideas. That's kind of part of why I'm here, right? Is just to hang out, nerd out, and we can talk about nerdy stuff. Not main. I don't want main. Well, I might want main in a minute, but not now. Mod. Mod is what I want. I want you specifically Update to latest version. TYO? Tio? I'm not sure what that means. Okay, that... This looks unused. And if it's unused, let's get rid of it. And we'll do... Why don't you give me the tidy option in here anymore? I thought you did. Oh, wait, right there. Do it in front of my eyes. Text, yo. Yeah, there sure is some text on the screen. That's what code is. It's text. Okay, got that. We know we'll have to fix this up. And I need to go open their yo ho ho. Okay. Yo hoo hoo. Where did you go? There you are. Release notes. Hey, I'm rooting and viewing. Oh, okay. Cool. I don't understand, but okay. I'm old. Go text for font and text management. Here for the journey. Awesome. Appreciate that. There was down here breaking changes, text docs for reference. Okay. Ah, didn't open in a new tab. Go back. New tab. Gen X here too. Gotcha. For real, no cap, as they say nowadays. I don't know what they're saying, but they do say it. The, what was the error? It's weight bold is no longer a thing. Rich bold? Yep. Yep. Uh-huh. That one's for the old people. I don't know where rich comes from, but we're going to just follow the docs. Font.weight is now in rich. .bold. That's all we need in edit bar. Room form is going to be broken because this is now new lines. And it lives in lines. I think it was? Yes. I liked buffer better, but such is the way of the world. Text core. New editor. Set lines. This is going to be settings? No. What was the Options have been renamed to settings, but that's not... It was a setting on the buffer, which is now aligns. And I wish they gave me like a translation sort of doc, but they don't. Lines is lines.lines, yes. Settings, okay. That doesn't help me. Okay, does it maybe live on auto scroll and input? Okay. Maybe it's just that now. Which makes a degree of sense, right? This is just lines. This we can fix. You are text core as well. New editor. Lines. Like so. You are lines. Okay. What else is still broken in here? Up top, it's complaining because text editor doesn't exist anymore. Doesn't need to. Take it out. This same problem is going to be present in connection form. Hey, thanks for the follow. I appreciate that. These are all going to be new lines. Like so. Oh my gosh. There we go. New editor. Set lines. Dot auto scroll and input. True. Down here to lines. Just do that. Lines. Auto scroll and input. True. Lines. Text core. Set lines. Auto scroll. True. Almost done with this one, I think. And then it's just up here. This is no longer used. All right. That gets these into shape, I think. Let's double check. Tidy that again because we... No? We're missing stuff still? Run it manually. Oh, right, because we still have references to text editor. Duh. Yeah. Yeah, read your output. It'll help. And that's because over here in client. So, let's... client. Make ourselves some room. This is going to be a little bit more tricky. New lines. Settings. Guess this doesn't live there now. Look at the dock. Options have been renamed to settings. Bots. Oh, duh. Wait, this is different. I guess it's just new lines. Why was I using that type of thing? I don't know. Not new lines. Think. This is gonna get, this is where it gets tricky because we need to figure out how to wire this up. Output monitor output. This we can fix up and get this in. Is that not what we just did? Oh, it's because you're that, I think. And then this is that. Now we need to look at the lines. Text editor. Text editor on change bots. Can I just do a lines? Did this all get wrapped up in there, I wonder? Doesn't seem like got all of everything. Look at this. Few lines, okay. I want to look at lines itself. Set line bytes, but output buff used to be can do that real quick. Set string, we don't need to set text. Unless I'm very much mistaken. Set output used to go. Output buffer. Where did output buffer go? Because output buffer is a different creature. Because we're basically just piping what we get from the server into this thing. Is there still a batch updating? Is there still a way to monitor for and change? Oops, not that. Nothing in monitor there. But in settings, maybe. Comment strings, indent, config known, known comments. Don't see anything likely in there. This was so nice before. Why did you ruin it for me? Saying that fix upstream, okay. Sets the source lines from given line of bytes. I really like the pipe reader though. Send input. Event.input. Just region delete text rect, insert text bytes. Well, at least I'm able to say hello, but switching over to a nice little multiplayer effect here with a colleague should be fun. Awesome. Have fun. Check back after to see if you lick this thing. Kind of. Remember yesterday when we looked at, or maybe it wasn't yesterday when we looked at it, I found that the events that you're supposed to fire on the scene event, we did look at that yesterday. It wasn't exported. It's exported in the new versions. We just have to YOLO the upgrade. Just gotta be. I also have fun Go-related news from work. I'm excited to hear it. I always like Go-related news. Is your text wrecked? Replace text. I saw you try and upgrade yesterday, but I didn't see how it went. I ran into this problem where I was like, I don't want to go through all of this. I shouldn't be upgrading in this branch. But I have to now, so. Hey, who said anything about good? Well, I guess fun from the perspective of a Rustation Go news might be a little different than my idea of fun. JK's neutral news, good to sound neutral. Gotcha. Undo, redo, Emacs. Emacs. Well, there's your problem right there. They used Emacs. Let's see. Lots of stuff for manipulating text. It makes sense. It's a text editor. I'm just kind of hijacking. Because it makes the most sense for this particular type of UI. Tags. Markup. Indent, indent. All right, none of that looks related to this. It's deeply annoying. Double check here. Core parse is now text. Okay, I don't care about that. New editor. I don't suppose you're going to tell me anything about lines in here, are you? No, of course not. And I don't think text field has changed really in a material way, right? Yeah. Language. Open file system. Wonder if that... yeah, this doesn't quite do what I want. And there's not me... Let me make sure I'm not completely insane. Let's look in the editor files here. Right, there's all the edits, setting up data events out to the editors. And I can't do... Check here. I can call open instead of open file. That just takes a string as well. Doesn't take an IO reader or pipe reader. Save. Save quiet, close, handle focus, blah, 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 blah. Like, I'm sure I could make my own way to do this. I would rather use the built-in if it still exists. It was really nice that it did. So I'll just event stuff, event stuff, event stuff. Handle mouse. Link cursor, context menu. Jump to line prompt. These could be handy at some point, but lines not lines. This makes me think that there is something still here. Before they talked about how to tie them together, like use two editors for the same buffer. But I don't see that here anymore. I lied. Can use the same underlying buffer, but that's just set lines. And I don't remember where I got output buffer from. And I also don't think it's lines. Yeah. Monitor. Okay. So if I was going to do this and make a pipe, this was to make it update instantly. Let's just do that real quick. This is dead now, so hopefully maybe it works just automatically. Text editing and viewing works. This is just like comments and stuff. There is... What do you implement? Doesn't matter. I can't... Here's a dumb idea. Input text editor. Output buffer, but we give that to... Output text buffer. We just need to tie... buff. Output text buffer. We already set your lines to output text buffer. This just needs to pipe these into... Which is what this did. Outputs an IO reader. Pipe reader, pipe writer. We give this to this guy. Okay, that's right. We pipe this over because we wanted to tie it up to that. I think we can get away with this. I think we can drop all of this. And then drop that. Then in our this, we instead of an IO pipe writer, we take a lines.lines, right? Let's call you right buffer is probably fine. And then here, except we need to be able to sets the rune lines from a source text that's internal though. We need an exported thing that turns a new lines representation again, bytes of text. It's not what I want. Send change, send input. Delete text. Insert text bytes. Add given starting position. Okay. We do want to make sure that there's no undo on this one. It's a read only. What we will... This all goes away. At... We need to figure out the position. End position. Right? And then... the content. Yes. Theoretically now, we go back up. All that can stay the same. This needs to have not this, but text buffer. Let's rename you. Oops. To lines, because that's what you are now. We're going to do the same. Input text editor. You should be fine because you just have yeah. You might not have lines by default. I might have to add you even if you are just blank. We'll find out. We're going to do it the hard way. The YOLO way. Get rid of that. We don't need that anymore. We need to make sure that... because it did just talk about... we don't want this. We don't want an undo in here. That's just constantly saving an undo in the output. Don't need that. Get these kind of tidied up. Dots. Is it Emacs undo? Hang on. Where did you go? Down here you had undo.offsetting. How do I set you, though? New lines does that. Takes defaults. the heck, man? File mod check. Where does that happen though? Insert text. Save undo. TBE is nil. I don't see a way. Okay, I don't care. Right now. I want this to just work. I'm irritated by a lot of things about this, but like, there's nothing I can do about it, so I'm just gonna push on. If it stacks up undos, we'll figure that problem out later. Okay, so now that we've done all that, I should theoretically be able to tidy. No errors. Good. This editor should run again. It's going to take a hot second to rebuild here, because we've changed the dependency. If the editor runs, we'll need to check the client and the server to make sure everything's still happy there too. Okay, editor. That's right. I also found that when I just commented it out just to get past that, that my forms disappeared. So we'll have to solve that here in a second. For funsies, let's do this. Let's launch the server, and I don't remember if I started the container. Probably not. I didn't. Okay, there we go. We'll start that. Got it in before the timeout. Excellent. Oh. Helps if you're actually in the right directory. What did I make you? That? No. That. Okay. Aside from the fact that I have lines, and this formatting was broken before, it's low priority to do. It seems like things are working. So let me just double check real quick. Output text lines is that. So why do you have line numbers if I told you not to? And why does input text not have them? I note that that's the difference between the two, which is a weird thing. But my buttons are also ginormous now. Okay. That's better. Deeply weird that that would be that. I just gotta fix all the UI stuff now. And that magically fixed it when I resized it. Love that. There's a bug open for that. So hopefully they don't break everything when they fix that. So that takes care of the client. It's back to where we were, more or less. App widget, that's editor, that's room form and connection form. You don't have things anymore. And let me just double check. Let me close that. Oh, I guess that shortcut doesn't close this terminal. Okay, that's fine. Stop you. Let's rerun the editor. And inspect, that's what I was doing. Before I got sidetracked, wondering if my stream fell over. Seems to be running. Okay. It'd be frame 1. Tabs. It's actually frame, rooms, room template, room form, description. So you're in here, you're just invisible. Why? Let's go look at this. Text docs, Paint API, Canvas docs. We're not using Canvas. Text editor API has changed. We've already fixed up. Connections also doesn't show up. It also doesn't show up over here, which kind of eliminates the idea that it is something to do with tabs, right? Conveniently, we're using the same widget over there, so we could actually look at that. We see frame 0. We need to do this first, though. We need to select one. Okay, never mind, I lied. I thought for some reason that this wasn't appearing either, but it is. So it could be tabs related. I feel like my layout got better somehow. I could be imagining things though. So it's probably tabs, right? They didn't call out any changes to tabs. But we can go to Template Manager. No. Sorry. Templates bar. Okay. Got that, got that. Rooms tab, connections tab. We know it's in there. This is set to grow. Where have you gone? I suppose it could be something to do with these editors. Because this has an ID that displays, because it has an ID. A template doesn't. But zero delete room. We could be dealing with text not being set correctly, I suppose. That's left over from the thing I closed and I can't kill it. Oh, because it crashed. Okay, yeah, because it was closed when I clicked on that. We set you to description buffer. We could do, we should have text in there still, at the very least. So that doesn't make sense, really. This, I think, actually needs to move up. Otherwise, it's, oops, getting fired every time we remake this, I think. Let's just see if that has any impact on this at all. Still no, but while we're here, we can also check. Rooms, room template 0, form 0, description. We have a text, and we have an editor, which is correct. It's what we should see. Let's do override style, just for fun. Tell you to grow. Okay. Rooms is not growing. Why are you now a pain? Wasn't that... So we'll change it back while we're here, and I'm thinking about it. We need to make sure you get put up here. Oops. So you only get created once on your initialization. But templates bar. Rooms tab. You need to grow on the Y as well. Okay, that fixes that. Puts you where I don't want you though, and that's because you're center all. I would like you to be justified center. So that you just center within the, or all your contents within you, but not center them horizontally, which doesn't work. False. Can we do that here? We'll just tell you to grow on the X, and then that. Because this is the template container that they get put into. Okay, that... Well, no, because now it grows. What if it just lets you do that? I don't think that works. I think I need to put it back up top. Closer. That's why we had you set like this. But that does not work. You grow because we want you to fill up that entire corner. Is it items? instead of content. Nope. Let's play with this real quick in the inspector. Not that. Tabs, frame, rooms. You. Override this. If we did that, what? That's justify though. So confused as to why that. Before justify was horizontal, pretty much always. Cross-axis alignment of elements orthogonal to the main direction axis. Which is such an overcomplicated way to say things. And this is not grid. I don't know and I don't care. Just gonna make it work. So we need to set grow on both axes and align content to center. Okay. This should fix connections as well. I'll take it. And then this gets more bigger. We should probably constrain you. Or maybe we just leave you. Maybe it's fine. Let's actually see if they have fixed the wonky. They did fix the wonky scrolls before it was showing like background stuff. Delete kills all the empties. That does make sense, yes. And you as well seem much happier now, which is nice. Delete does not kill all those empties, though. It should be down to how it's handled here. Connections tab. On change, on close. Delete connection, are you sure? We delete the template. That's all we do for connections, for rooms. Delete room template, okay. And then we call update. Delete, we do call update here as well. Just remove that from the list with a reslice. Templates need load is true. That's what we've done different. We should just do this. In the same way. Like if they don't exist, they won't get reloaded next time you do a thing that reloads them, but that's fine. It's awkward to have them behave differently. So now I should still see an empty. Yeah, okay. It's less surprising. Okay. You just put some junk in there. It's still there. The heck? Happened there? Slice out of bounds at range. Render window. Lines layout. Cool, 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 cool. See if I can duplicate that real quick. Save, and then... Okay. Lines layout 133. Let's just go see if we can figure out kind of what triggers this. Oops. Is it not? Oh, YouTube says y'all are gonna have some buffering. Sorry. Layout 133. Breaks. The heck are breaks? Can I trigger you in the same way over here? Why would you? What the actual heck? Okay. All right. I was in room on the first on the template, so maybe it's only in the room or sorry, the connection. GDD. Save. Okay, why? It won't be editor, it'll be edit bar. That we do fire change events. But that should be the same. Save button fires a change. But We need to maybe in our connection form on input. Well, that's just an on input. It's not a change, but I bet. Bet. Double check. Where are you? Here you are. That's events. We don't need that right now. Text editor. On change. User changes the content of text editor, then exits it. We need to either figure out a different event to hang this off of or add this to all of our stuff. And that seems like an obvious choice, right? But this will just help us to check our intermessage. Check our assumption, right? On change. Intermessage on change. That. Okay. So, if we do that, I was doing room, wasn't I? I'm very confused about my life. That still crashes, okay. Still in layout 133. I guess we could also, to extra confirm, do this in room in the not template manager, but templates bar. It would be in, well, actually no, it'd be edit bar over there. Let's go back to our... It wouldn't be there, though. Would it? It would be. Okay, yeah. On change, because this is what emits the signal over to map. If we do that, none of this should fire. Brain's getting crispy already. All this digging around and all this framework stuff. So. Saved. Still. Okay. You know what time it is? It is minimal repro time. We still probably want to move this off of change because I don't think it used to emit that, but it does now. Or maybe I'm confused and it always did, but now there's some other issue. So we are going to new project. This create new window, new Go file, like so. We need, with this setup code, we're going to put you, if I grab a hold of you, I can't type, there we go. Put you over here, you go over here. This doesn't need to be open back there. Just close it so it goes to the tray. The setup code. We need to make a new body, which is and we need to have core come in like so. Fix it. Pull the new one in, and then it's be run main window, I think. And we need, let's just start with just a text editor. Just like that. And then you go into the body. Get this to run real quick. Okay, so we don't get it here, but oh, right, like that. Yes, please. See if we can get it now. We also know that we need a line wrap in there, I think. Which is all broken. Cool. That's cool. I like that. Okay, that doesn't quite repro it. It still broke. But just in a different way. Okay. We need to add a little more complexity. Is it sufficient if we do... Well, let's also do, we have some styling. Let's do styling first. Because that might be related. So we have my editor, and we did EMs. We have this also set to true, which might be a problem. Let's find out. Let's run it first. So we'll get this to go down, do that. Yes. It takes the delete key as input. That's why we're getting things bouncing around and all over the place and wrong. Let's get an exact... It looks like only when there's a word wrapping. So we have a word wrap, we have some other lines. Delete. Breaks. Stuff. Okay. Let's make this a little easier to repro by doing say 20 characters by 5 characters. We need to nail down exactly so I can delete. If there's only one line, I can delete it. No props. As soon as there's an empty line, it crashes on delete. This, if we do again, there's an empty line with stuff in it, I can delete from that line fine. This scrolls me. Things get wonky. Okay. But because there was never any empty line there, I think is what makes that okay, quote unquote. scrolls to display to the end when input events are received. Just thinking about that behavior, right? And whether or not it's actually desirable. It's still a bug, though. We're going to file it. It seems like a bug to me, anyway. They're free to tell me to pound sand. Well, I'm going to do it anyway. File the bug, that is. When entering inputs longer than a line, word wrapping causes the line to fall down below its line number. Like so. Linux. Note, this happens even if you do not set a styler to limit, the width. It's just easier. Trigger it that way. So I did it for the repro. Let's take out that. Ooh, actually, that's a good assumption. Let's do this and make sure it still happens. It does. Fantastic. Love it. Create you. Now, new issue. Bug report. New text editor crashes. Panics. When auto scroll enabled. Panics when deleting empty line with auto scroll. Actually, let's just do new text editor auto scroll behavior is awkward. Oops. That's not what I want. Enabling auto scroll on the new text or text editor interpret causes some issues. It interprets a backspace as an input, resulting in things jumping around in the cursor jumping around, and let's say it seems to interpret, and the text sometimes going missing entirely until backspace. Oh my gosh. Words. Until backspace is pressed again. Trying to backspace an empty line will cause a panic. Let's actually not do this. Cause a panic. See output. Is there a 3? Let's do this first. Grab all of that. It's automatically formatted. Let's do example code automatically formatted. Good. Let's actually make triple sure that if we do comment this out, we do this, we still get our funky. It doesn't need that. Oh, it's so bad. Oh, it's so bad. Oh, man. I'm gonna file these separate. Let me just double, triple, quadruple check. Let's see if we do this, it's fine. It's only when it's word wrapped. Okay, let's take this out of the example. because it's not relevant to this bug. Let me copy this just in case there was anything different that was thrown. I'm not going to go looking. I'm just going to paste it. Done. We're going to rewrite this though. New. Or if you hear enough characters. Actually. I'm going to cancel this and discard it. This could be related. Not that. Let's cancel that. No, it doesn't. It's not going to give me a nice. Okay. That goes in here. Also, if you, let me double, quadruple. If we have empty line, yeah. It's only when we're... Oh my gosh. If you are deleting a line after, let me make, yeah, auto scroll was turned off. An empty line. What if I put text in there and then make it empty? Yes, okay. A line after a word wrapped line. As soon as that new line becomes empty, the next delete, next backspace will cause a panic. See output. Lastly, if you are trying to, well, let me refresh my memory because everything, there's so many different broken bits here. Okay. Trying to delete an empty line. The line above it will disappear. An empty line right below a line with text. Line above it will disappear on the first backspace and then reappear on a subsequent backspace input. Save that. Now, we need to pull out the concept of the auto scroll happening here to make sure that this is still Um, so we do this, and then we come up here and we're like, hey, I want to... Okay, yeah. So maybe this is just not a valid use case for this thing at all. Because also, like, if you're here and you input, then it takes you down to the bottom. So maybe we'll leave that alone. We're going to stop using it, though. We'll just leave that, because that's horrible. Okay, so... this is just going to be fragile until they fix those bugs. We're going to take out this. Just do this way. Take that out of all of those. I think you and you. And then we need to, in our client, make sure this also... this might... output editor doesn't have it anymore anyway. Okay, so... hopefully there aren't bugs hiding there. There probably are. Okay, so... for this... let's just make sure things are as good as they're going to get until that gets fixed. That still deletes. That still deletes. I'm gonna be real careful. But that still works. Okay. As long as no monkey with text boxes for now, we're okay. And this will get us at least 2. Let's run this one more time, make sure we're good. We'll do a commit for upgrade Cogent to new version because of event drag and drop stuff being unusable in old version. And then we can start noodling on drag and drop again. But first, I'm going to use the restroom quick. So I'll be right back. And then we'll hopefully have better luck. Because today has been one of those days where everything fights. Be right back. All right. So, now that we have the upgrade done, let's go back to our room form. Let's get you back to draggable. And we're going to do let's put this back in. Drag start. Log that so that it's so there's a timestamp on it. Make it easier to pick out of the what's new and what's not. This will be not draggable, droppable, and then we'll do drop. That's not what I want at all. Did that over there too. Brain getting crispy. Also getting really hungry. Drag enter will do as well, I think is what it said. Just in case. And I also need to put new lines on these because I've been forgetting that. Like so. Like so. Drag enter, drag leave, and drop. Yes. New line here. So. If I'm not mistaken, this should not work. Well, it should work the same way it had before, which is to say it should not get drops. But I just want to make sure. Because we need this to set up. I believe. So. Drag start. So much better already. Yeah, no enters, no nothing but drag starts, which is fine and perfect. Okay, now they're not. We might need to. Now that we're okay, whatever. We'll fine tune it later. So this right here. Drag start. Widget is RF. Data is room form. No, sorry. Is RF dot data struct. And then what else do we need here? Events is event. Sure, I guess. What do you do? Event window position. Okay, yeah, probably. Probably fine. We'll find out. Get over there. There we go. Okay. Drag start. Oh, hey, look at that. Like friggin' magic. Drag enters and leaves are happening. Drop happened. I'm so mad. I'm so mad. I was looking at the answer and thinking this has to be it for so long this morning. I'm mad, but I'm also not, because this should work. And I'm really happy about that. We don't care about these. This. We'll just do this. We don't have data. What do you have? What do you have? It's not... Drag start. Just take me to the dang code. Gib. Drag start. During drop. Drop finalize. Sends events drop, okay. Events.mouse. Data is data. So I think we just need to assert that it's a drag drop, get the data, I think. So I do this. Good. Now, we need to wire things up, right? This needs to be able to save itself, because it's the one that gets the drop. And map widgets is where we set things up for you. I have the parent map actually. What I could do delete tile, update tile. I can bundle some of this state up into here, I think. So we wanted to use the same machinery, right? But how do I want to do this? We can make, now that it's a custom widget like this, before things didn't work like this. I have the parent map in here, which is what does the actual work. But for things like expanding that map, right? That's going to get a little messy. We would need to know how we want to handle that. But I guess the right place is still here, right? The game map needs to be able to expand itself as needed if you add something out of bounds. And then this just needs to reload. This is UI. It shouldn't be doing that. It should be reflecting the state of the actual map. So maybe we can pull some of this out of here completely. That'd be kind of dope. So in this case, this is connection, this isn't tile. Scrolled off, there we go, this. We could. This is delete tile. Update. Update and new are the same thing. Do they need to be? Can I streamline a little more? What if I did? If the map tile is nil, this widget is a placeholder. We need to create a new tile on the actual map. Then we can say, do we even use new in here anymore? It's actually an interesting question. What would happen if I did this? Would anybody even care? Edit bar would care. For now. We'll leave it in for now. And do one thing at a time. There we go. That was both fun and productive. I'm so sorry. I missed your message. I was totally wrapped up in what I was in. How fun and productive, Victoria? No worries, that was some defocus, right? Did you see all the horror that I discovered? I think it was before you came back. Fun and productive. I'm learning my colleague how to design train systems. Nice. I like trains. Okay. So if the tile is nil, it's a placeholder. So we can pull this in. I did not know. Was it particularly bad? Let me, So I finished the refactor, got everything up to the new version. The upgrade is done. Fun fact that the Factorio train system is Turing complete. Someone proved it a couple years ago. I'm not surprised by either of those independent bits of information. So check this out, right? If you have a text editor and you let it word wrap, it falls down below its line number. And then if you have another line down here and you're like, oh, never mind. As soon as this becomes an empty line, it panics when you try to delete it. My pain, it is immense. Ouch, yes. Yes. And also, were you here for me testing drag drop? Or was that also before you got back? Got back the moment I wrote that message. Really? Yeah, but I don't know when that was, like, in real time. Like, I know what the time of it was. I could see timestamps, but I don't know when that was in my... Some logs would look like... Okay, yeah. So, this morning, I was looking at the way other things were doing this. This is internal in the old version. And I was like, I have to be missing something because this is internal. I can't use it. It's internal to core. And it took me a while. Finally, I pulled up my repro with the new stuff and looked at their implementations of it. And this has been exported now. And I was like, I've been staring at you, thinking you were exactly what I need. But thinking I was missing something. And it turns out you were just a bug. But you were seeing the button receiving the data of the drag and drop. because this runs up through the scene, which is like a core thing that gets started up by the framework's machinery, right? It has a scene event manager. So this is what the missing puzzle piece was, to tie these things together that communicates between everything. Yes, that is it. Yeah. And suddenly, as soon as that is available, everything just kind of works. Like I even at one point said, it looks like this should just kind of work, and that event manager in the scene should be handling all this. And yes, that is correct. It's been one of those days, but you know, getting this to come over and be able to access the data is a huge thing, because it was a big question mark for the past day and a half. So the fact that it's working is really, really encouraging, at least. All right. If we're nil, means we're a placeholder. Theoretically, hopefully. So we do need to do this. But we also need to say if our... What was you called? Oh, you don't have... You need to get data. Which is going to be this application of the form. I thought you lived over here. Maybe you live here. How they... So we can still use that. If that's empty, because it's a string, right? Yes. What happens if you're invalid, though? You shouldn't be. You get set here. Dat. One equals, please. Just the and then we do this still. I guess this could return an error. And then here we say are you not... Ah, you... Okay. Because you return the parsed ID as well. That's fine. Just do it the long way. No worries. This becomes invalid ID, or rather error parsing template ID whatever it was, the error message. And then we can do parsed ID Parent map is what we called you. This coordinate is my map coordinate that I represent. You need to make sure that you're set, though. Which you should always be. But we need to check. Valid. Or rather, we don't even need to do this, we just need to do, say, room tile, or just room tile, has no associated map coordinate. Parent map coordinate. That keeps that from being a problem. The description and the verbose. Like so. And then this doesn't return an error. We just say map tile is new tile. We also probably want to do just w.update. Turn nil. Otherwise, it's an existing tile on the map. Need to update it. Which looks an awful lot like this. Set you to that. Set the verbose to that. And we do parent map dot update tile map tile. I'll hand you back. And we'll say error updating parent map tile. It's not really safe though. It only applies to it in memory. Call you apply change. Saving is later. Now, in order to test that this works correctly, while being careful not to muck up the broken text editors, what I think we want to do We'll have to check this as well. Let me triple check this. Location is a pointer, yeah. I don't think we need to do this right now. Because everything that's on the screen is in grid bounds. We'll need to do it later though. For now, what we can do is no, we can't do that because this won't just slot in neatly. That's fine. We can do this where we do the clear selections created. It's going to be in here on close. We delete you. Well, we don't have that in there yet. On change is where we do you. We just take this. Update data. All of that. Apply change. The update data. And we can do, if there is an error, we can do error snack bar on room form error dating tile. I don't even need that. It'll add it. Except for, oh no, I have an import cycle. Where do I have it? Room tile. Template manager, template manager. Wants to import room tile for the widget. What uses this? I don't know. There's a great deal of value in having this over here. What if I just did this? Target widget. That makes no usages. All of that can go away. We might not even need this at all. We'll see. Now that we don't have that, let's rebuild ya. So if I come over here, save you, come out, back in, you're in there. Oh, but it has, I screwed up that. you. Go like that. You. Good. Good. And if I delete you... The heck is that showing up for when I tab? Whatever. I save. It doesn't create a new one yet. Okay. Something has gone awry there. Didn't get any errors though. Did I do... Tile is the tile widget. I forgot to... I forgot to actually put it in. I need... to change that name, I think. There's 2 new tiles over here. There's this one. And there is, no? Update tile. Oh, I was looking at the wrong... this is tile. You, that. It's because it's not in this file. This, yeah. This needs to be... Do I want to rename you? Yes. Add tile. You create a new tile, you add the tile. We set you. This is not correct. Where did I get you? Grid at. This way we make sure we pull the stuff that has just been added in case anything wonky has happened. So if it's nil, then it's going to get set to nil. Add tile doesn't have a fail, doesn't have an error, so theoretically it should be okay, but we'll just keep it buttoned up. Delete, good, love that. Foo, bar, save, you're in there. Loving it a lot, actually. That means that in edit bar, this can all come out. And we just have that. And then in the map widget, somebody's still using you? Who's using you? Ah, duh. This comes out. Deleting code feels good. We don't care about these anymore. We can get rid of all of this. Oh, that's so good. We don't even need the message broker for here anymore. And because we can return the errors directly, we won't need to worry about listening for results. We'll still need it for other bits and pieces, so I'm glad we have it. But not for this. Now, what we can also do, in theory, on a drop, we have this data. And I think we just make sure coordinates, yeah, we use that, so that's fine. What we can do here we're going to make sure that we do that. Are able to type assert. And we're going to do another thing here eventually, but for now, this isn't an error. This is okay. Log this error. Turn. This is what we actually want to do is apply change the data. Except for I want to make sure that this is a tile data. Same deal. We don't need to print it anymore. Actually, what we could do is instead of doing that, I'm going to error snack bar on W. Errors new. Actually, we could just do a message snack bar. And we can just say, actually, let's do that. We want you to be a format error though. Oh my gosh, I can't type. And this is invalid event type Percent capital T. Not that, just E. Received on drop. And I don't want an extra string. Label is label optional? Label is optional, okay. And then here, we can also do invalid data type saved on drop. Same deal. That. This will be... Actually, let me double check. We can just lock this direct, it's fine. And then this should work, I think. Let's try. So, kill you off, like so, and then we drag and let's like make sure that goes away first. Okay, it didn't reload, but it went in there. I'm so excited by that. Just do an update at the bottom if there was no errors. We might just... Let's get rid of that. Might just defer an update. Just always update the widget. Something happened, we'll all update you. Delete you. Drag in our template. Didn't update. It's because. Well, I managed to do a few small edits now up all the way to chapter 30, nearly done with the larger change I'm working on. Guess we're both making good progress, right? Now it's getting on 11 p.m. I feel the need for sleep. Have a good night, man. It's because this needs to trigger this to refresh. Or I guess it doesn't necessarily need to. Keep up the good hackery. I'm gonna try. I appreciate it. I'm so happy with that though. This is a minor annoyance, but I'm so happy with this. What I can do. We already know from earlier. Just wrap this up in a anonymous func here. A little lambda 11. We already know that we can do an event. And what we can do here Is register a handler for that, which updates our form. So we set you selected. Room form on close. What we need is... It's not the room form. It is the room form. Which probably needs a new name now, maybe. I don't know. It's still kind of a form. We're just displaying it over here. On change... So if we did like an update... I want to change this. I don't like this being on change. I'm medium okay with this being on close. But... on. It's not change, it's on... input? On add? Doesn't really matter for right now. It needs to be on change eventually. We're going to call it on input just as temporary. We're going to say on input, what we do is we use our refresh selection. And then here we take, oh no, it's the tile. It's tile widget dot. On change, we can still use that. Let's put you up here. Right after we figure out what you are. We refresh you. And then here, we do exactly like we did down here. I just need to find it and remember the syntax. It is change. We init you, and we do handle event, change events. And also, after all of this, we need to... Where did we lose you? Here. Set handled. Now, theoretically, really glad I took the time to break this out into a custom widget. Boom. I love that. That's so good. The payoff for that earlier suffering just the other day. Ow. I'm just going to kick that down below my desk. That's good. It's good for it. And my toes. So. That's going to also remove our need for some stuff here. And I wonder if there's a nicer, tidier way even still to say that you've changed. Send change. Yes. Yes, yes, yes. That's even better. What if in our updater send change? And then here we only need to defer the update. And then that happens anytime it gets changed. Actually, hang on. We should do this. This should also check if that's not, well, I think so. If the map tile is nil, we set the text, else we set it to that. I think that's actually the only time we change anything for realsies in here. Maybe this isn't a good idea. Hang on, let's think. This is for sure a change, because we've set this to the new thing. We actually might not need to do that down here. We would just need to add tile and then would take care of itself, right? Which would simplify things, right? We would also need to make sure we fire this if we delete. But that's future me problem. I think that's all we need. It's just in there. Let's test and find out. You delete. Okay, you didn't. Right, that's why we did that. But we can fix that up real quick. Temporarily, like in here where we still use the old stuff. We do this, we do this. Call update on this. Let's also just do oh, that's internal, isn't it? It is. Crap. Okay. If it's nil, no, we can't do that either. This, that, this to do. When we pull delete in here, make sure to tidy this up. Now, delete. Yes, you get fired. Here, you get fired. Delete again. Fired. Perfect. Okay. And this gives you a rando ID every time. I don't care. That's fine and dandy with me. Because we check it. If we don't get it, we generate it. But also, we don't need this anymore, technically. We can do without. And we just might. I don't need this, I don't think. We do this, but I don't think there's a reason that we need it. Let's back up. Oops. My door just blew closed. This is going to take me to the 4-hour mark. So I'm going to go ahead and wrap things up here. I'm going to finish... Actually, no. We're done. We're done with this step. We're going to need more steps, but for this step is finished. Let me just double check. Yeah. Rough in the drag and drop handler. Yay. For room tile, begin refactoring tile updates to run from the widget, the custom room tile widget. Oh, that's such a big, huge. Love that. Anywho, I may work on this over the week. I'm not sure. See what I get up to. I have other stuff I should do as well. But I stream 4 hours a day, 4 days a week, usually. So if you like this kind of thing and you're watching live right now, if you show up right now, but 4 hours ago on Friday, I should be here doing the same thing, and I'd love to see you again. There's a Discord in the channel description if that is your jam, and if not, no worries. Thanks for everybody who came and hung out, and the great chats we had today. I really appreciated it, and I'd love to see you again sometime. Have a great week, and we'll catch you on Friday. Unless, actually, I might miss Friday. We'll see. Social Blue Sky. I'll update on Blue Sky and in Discord, and if not, just look for the events canceled. It's fine. Anywho,